Let's start recording this again. Alright, good. Here we go. Okay. I can play Fable into the obvious counter. I can also just play Thrill Seeker. I think Thrill Seeker is actually a smarter play here into Counterspell. Yeah, I'm just going to jam a Thrill Seeker. Okay. Void Shatter. Wow. Alright. It's kind of annoying. Void Shatter's an interesting card, honestly. Wafo didn't play it in his list, but... Alright, well now my opponent only has 2 mana. The problem is, though, if they're on the Wafo list, they play 2 negate, 2 change the equation, so Fable is nowhere near guaranteed to resolve here. It also lets us activate Golos without having a Cauldron in play, J-Lid. And yeah, not getting turned off by Karn is a thing that I didn't even think about, but that also matters. I think it's more that it just has Golos synergy, though. Yeah, we have a Golos to tutor with Karn. Alright, so... do I just jam? I feel like the main phase field there is just so obviously I have a negate. Or change the equation. Whatever, though. I'm going to jam the fires if they can... I mean, honestly, I don't even need fires. Like, if they counter... like, this is somewhat a bait spell here because I really don't need it. Yeah, okay, sure. We knew that was coming. This matchup's probably very difficult for me. Yeah, I agree with that. Alright, well... probably just jam a Fable, see if they have another counterspell. They're going to run out eventually, and it is their Deluge turn too. Deluge or Quick Study if they're on the Wafo build. I think they're just probably playing the Wafo deck with a slight upgrade and with an update with Void Shatter. They're probably playing Void Shatter instead of Sabotage, and honestly, if you expect a lot of mono green, that might just be better, but... I'll do this in case they're playing Make Disappear. I highly doubt they are, but... this does get hit by their second copy of Negate. Okay, they had Change. It didn't matter what I did. Yeah, Change the equation is so insane against my deck. It counters actual everything other than Karn. Kind of ridiculous. Mutavault. What on earth? Search. Alright, they're doing some weird stuff, but I guess I play another fires. If they counter it, it's annoying, but God, this is so ridiculous. My opponent has had just 4 counter spells and a Search Rescanta that they get to flip now. I mean, this game's just over. I have half a mind to just concede, to be honest. It's just, if they, like, cast a Deluge or a Quick Study, I will concede. But them flipping the Search, I mean, I could beat it, I guess, if I draw another Cleansing Wildfire, but... holy smokes. They kept the card on top, too? Oh, my goodness. Just another counter spell for sure.
We switched and wow.
Okay.
You know it's proven natural nutrition is helping support Charlie's strong immune system.
I'm gonna play Fable and lose the game to a counter spell. I think I just have to do it. I don't know. They kept on top. It's like the most obvious I have a counter spell of all time. Maybe I just jam the thing that doesn't matter as much. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Opponent made us realize that this doesn't matter at all. Why wouldn't you end this with the trigger on the stack? This doesn't make any sense. It's a terrible play. Opponent's playing like a fool, and it just won't matter. I guess the reason they would wait, I suppose, is they have a counterspell in hand. And so they wanted to see if I had a follow-up. It's just the only explanation. Alright, well, this game's pretty unwinnable, but... Play a Fable, you counter it, we move on. Okay, that's enough of this. Alright. Yeah, alright. Well, let's cut all of these. Bring in a Bank Buster, bring in a Golos, bring in... God, this is so rough. This matchup's just very not good. Probably want to bring in either the Might Stone or I could bring in like the Sky Sob, just like something that has some relevant text. Goggles is like interesting. We could bring in Goggles. We could bring in. I think Might Stone is probably a better card to have in the deck than the Goggles. The Goggles will be dead a fair amount of time, but still a pretty reasonable tutor target. I think I'm just going to bring in the Might Stone. Now Karn's like a pretty awkward card because it doesn't actually get me that much value, but... I mean, Volcanic Spite is just awful here, so... Love the Goggles. Yeah, the Goggles light up the night is pretty funny. This hand's really not very good, but... I mean, is it good enough? I mean, the problem is I just don't have good hands into this deck. It's disgusting, but I just don't. The only good opener is one that has a Bank Buster in it, and it's a one of. So probably can't mulligan for that. I don't think that's very realistic at all. I mean, this hand does like put threats into play, I guess. Sure. These blue control decks, especially blue-black, because blue-black plays usually more counterspells than blue-white, is just an atrocious matchup. Negate and Change the Equation are both pretty much just counterspell in this matchup. Opponent just actually gets to play counterspell in Pioneer. It's pretty sickening, but... Well, that was not the Bank Buster that I wanted it to be. Unlucky. I could stomp them now, but I'm going to see if they're dumb and let me resolve cards. So I'm just going to stomp on their turn. Be a really loose counterspell to counter the stomp. Okay, they just snap, let it resolve. It's interesting. I guess I'll play one of these. I'm going to play the Bone. Probably just have a shielded Zedic. Probably just doesn't matter at all. Petty Theft? Alright, deal. That's embarrassing. Much like my draw steps, that Brazen Borrower is embarrassing. Alright, so... I'll play that, and I suppose I play, excuse me, a Thrill Seeker. And also, I guess just pass and let them flash in the Borrower and then stomp it. They might not even walk into that, though. They like just playing things that they have to counter. More things that deal them damage if they don't counter. What this game may come down to is just a huge light up the night at the end. Okay, so they do nothing, sure. Shark Typhoon for 1. Okay. It's fine. Uh-huh. Okay. Well, attacking here is very free, so let's get in there. Imagine, yeah, it seems pretty free. Cool. I'm going to play land. And I'm going to play another Thrill Seeker. J-Lid, I'm going to play another build of it today. Still felt a little gimmicky. I think just worse than normal Rakdos. So today my build's a lot more like normal Rakdos, but still has Cauldron. I posted it on Twitter and Facebook if you want to check either of those. I also, it's on my Stream Decker too. It's just not the current deck I'm playing. But it's Cauldron V3, I think, is what I named it on the Stream Decker. Alright, I believe I just play this here. What's kind of funny about Light Up the Night for X equals 6 is my opponent can't actually change the equation. Alright, fling it at you. Shark Typhoon, sure, man. What a weird start to this game. Yeah, I'll put 2 counters on this. What on earth? Okay. Opponent is certainly not playing the Wafo list. They're really deviating here, but kind of cool. They're doing some cool stuff. I mean, well, there's the Golos. That's a pretty good one to resolve. It's a must counter for my opponent. Also doesn't get hit by negate or change the equation, which I assume they don't have change the equation because I think Thrill Seeker would have been dealt with a long time ago, but Golos. Okay. Go. Okay. Ironically, they're going to wish they had that one back. That would have been good against these Light Up the Nights that will eventually matter. All right, maybe they don't wish they had it back. They're missing lands. Pretty awkward. Combat, attack you for 3. That's a good one. Combat, attack you for 3. Let's start there. Okay, you take 3. Nice. I'm just going to jam a Karn. It doesn't even matter very much, but I mean that's part of the reason to jam it here. It also dodges change the equation. Funny thing is, it doesn't even really have a good tutor. Sure. Another Shark Typhoon? This is wild. Is it 3 Shark Typhoons already? dig through time. Okay, that makes more sense, I guess. Sure. Opponent's deck is very strange. It's a very weird build of blue-black. They're almost certainly playing some amount of Gear Hulk, because I have no idea why you would ever play Porta Carfel without playing Gear Hulk. Okay. I assume they're going to Gear Hulk, dig through time, more than likely. Okay, I'm actually going to play that as a land drop because of these light up the nights. I think it matters more as a land drop. Okay, they're just going to take the damage. Interesting. Oh, now it might just be creatures. Now I can go, like, stomp you 1/1s. Is interesting. But again, if I play the land, Light Up the Night is not counterable by Change the Equation because it'll be a 7-mana spell. So, kind of interesting to think about that. But maybe that doesn't matter. I mean, I've effectively got my opponent at 2 life right now. What if I just Light Up the Night for, like, 2? Because I really don't want them to Gear Hulk me here. Gear Hulk is pretty annoying. 2, which means it'll deal 3, which means... Well, I guess I want to do it for... How bad is Gear Hulk dig for me here? It's probably not beatable, for being honest with ourselves. So maybe I just do Light Up the Night, X equals 3. Still leaves up Stomp. I kind of like that. Let's do X equals 3. God. Fucking rewind, man. So obnoxious. God. That they get to counter and Gear Hulk dig me anyway. Okay. It's insanely annoying. Alright, it's another Typhoon. That's at least maybe beatable. I'm actually going to not stomp them here because it's a mistake for them to counter stomp, so I'll give them the option. Well, I guess I can be happy they didn't have the Hulk. I don't really know what in the world my opponent is waiting on here. Okay, I'm going to stomp you. Okay. Sure. It's pretty annoying. Stomp you. Uh-huh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is for 7 damage. What if I just play a Fable? Probably a card they would counter. Problem is they have this Cling to Dust. Waiting is... I can't kill them because of the Cling, actually. They can gain 3 more. Oh, that's really awkward. Yeah, I'm just going to jam a Fable, I guess, and then jam a Bone Crusher. It's pretty good use of my cards, I think. Go. Sure. Okay. Go. Okay. Well, now Flashback Deluge is in on the mix here too, so we really need to... I guess I have pretty good attacks this turn. I can attack all, and that will definitely prompt some action out of my opponent. Like, if they block the Thrill Seeker, I can chuck it at them, and then they take 6. They probably would, like, fire up Vault, block Goblin, block Thrill Seeker, probably be their play. We'll see what they do. They're tapping mana. It's the first thing they're doing. 5 mana, Scarab God. Okay, that is not at all what I expected to play against here. Sure, it's a really annoying blocker. Okay, Cauldron is disgusting. They actually have to counter this or they're dead. That was a really good draw, actually. All right, no discards. This is a must counter. And then I believe they're dead to the Light Up the Night. Yeah, they're definitely dead to the Light Up the Night. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 off the treasure. If they block here, they're dead. All right, well, let's activate. Targeting Thrill Seeker. They could have exactly another Cling to Dust, I guess. That'd be sickening, but... Appreciate it, Igloo Boy. Thanks, man. All right, we're going to put it on the bone. Combat. Attack all. They are, but I'm going to go to combat first. We may as well. It's pretty free. Gets me 2 extra points of damage, I think. Yeah, they block here. Now I go Chuck Chuck. Take 2 additional damage as well. All right. Okay. Nice. Well, this matchup seems terrible, but we did somehow win a game. So I guess that's cool. God, Scarab God, dude. Their deck is so troll. They, like, took Wafo's deck and just decided to just totally ruin it with a bunch of nonsense. It's still going to beat us anyway, probably, but... I could bring in a Pithing Needle for... Oh, you know what? Pithing Needle is good against Shark Typhoon. This deck is cooler than I expected from you today. Igloo Boy. That's funny, man. Well, I'm glad that I've impressed you for the day, Chris. That's good. The other Soul Cauldron could actually be okay here, too. Problem is, what do I not want? I mean, I kind of like all my cards from... So maybe I just don't bring in the... I feel like the needles are good. I guess they're pretty medium. Excuse me. I could honestly see just, like, cutting Fire of Invention here, too. I really don't think this card's very good at all. You just go to, like, 1 fires. Is that more cards that matter in my deck? I kind of like that, to be honest. I do not think fires is very important at all. The kind of nice thing about having 1 copy is you can never draw 2. Let's actually try this. You gotta do a lot of weird stuff. This matchup is just very poor, so... Oh, you're trying to figure out what to play for your Pioneer. Oh my god, we have the turn 2 Bank Buster, but the issue is we're on the frickin' draw, so... Probably not gonna be good enough, unfortunately. Could, I guess, bait with a Soul Cauldron. Go ahead, opponent. Or I could just try to get the Buster in. I don't know. It's, They have so many counters. Change the equation, negate, and censor. All get it. So I kind of just want to play a Cauldron, to be honest. Yeah, I agree with that. They just have too many things that are good here. Play this. Yep, nice. We baited. Such a good bait, especially with the second copy in our hand. And 2 Thrill Seekers, which could have been hit. Not gonna lie, I might just jam a bone. Because at least if they have Fatal Push, they have to shock themselves. I think I'm just gonna jam this. Go. All right. It's a pretty bad draw there. We really wanted to land super badly, but whatever, it's pretty easy. Play Thrill Seeker, pray. Alright. Imagine they Fatal Push it. They did just give me the mana to use, so they did take a damage they didn't need to take. I guess... No, that was always going to happen. Never mind. They would have taken 3 if they would have waited, so it does make sense. Alright. Really need to draw some lands. Well, there's the one of Fire's Invention. Yeah, Igloo Boy, that's what they were supposed to do. You're right, yeah. Oh, I think I just have to keep applying pressure. I could get the Cauldron going, I guess. If they have another counter, they're probably countering any play I make. I'm just going to do this. Alright, go ahead. This does maybe put them under pressure. Take their time. Oh. Yeah, it's pretty bad. It's also pretty bad for me. Okay. That's a sign they might be flooding a little bit. Draw 2 lands off the top. Yeah, that'd be incredible. Well, I can try and light up the Knight, the Shark, but they can, like, Fatal Push this. That seems like kind of the play, though. Try and get this out of the way and then attack. Oh, you know what I could do? I could just play Cauldron. That doesn't get got by Censor, and it's actually good now because I can outgrow the Shark. Alright, I'm going to play Cauldron. If they have a negate here, it's good regardless. I guess the problem is, like, I want to be able to double spell on future turns. So maybe I still light up the Knight, because I want to be able to go, like, Cauldron, and then if they counter it, resolve the Bankbuster, or vice versa. Elf Lord, that's good, man. I'm glad you like it. It's so funny. I'm going to do this. I don't know. I feel like their hand is somewhat weak. That's why I'm going to make this play. Okay, yeah. This is kind of the read I had, is that they're flooding. Alright, that's freaking insane. Let's go. I'm going to eat. Do they have a creature? No. I guess I moved combat and attack. Okay, I'm going to make all my creatures Thrill Seekers. Okay, damage. I assume they have a Fatal Push. That was kind of my read. Yep, for you. Go ahead. And they also had Censor, alright. Although them getting a new card off the Censor is maybe worse for me than them just having it in hand at this point, but... Alright. I think I'm gonna Fires. Fires, like, is certainly a bait here. If they counter it, it's kind of annoying, but, like, I'd rather them counter this than anything else I have, so... Alright. Go. Opponent, if they don't find card advantage spells... Wait, what? They bend Search? That's insane. That's like exactly what they needed to find. Okay. Sure. No, I agree. I think we're in really good shape, actually. I'm going to eat... I'm going to start eating their counter spells. Gear Hulk is why. Alright, well, I think we just jam Golos. It gets around change and negate, so it has to be another Sabotage or Rewind here. Turning all our creatures into Golos is kind of funny, too. Alright, well, looks like they might have it. Void Shatter. That's super annoying, because it exiles. Whatever, that was going to get whatever I did. Well, I'm a little sad I boarded in the Pithing Needles now. Karn does buy Golos. That's actually true. That's super funny, Chris. Okay. Ooh, that is a good one. That is a good one. Alright, I'm going to play Cavalier. This is like easy resolve Cavalier. And I think we want to do some discarding here too. But I'm not sure on that. Maybe not. Maybe we just don't discard. Honestly, this... the Karn buys the Golos. Do I just keep this? The hand is, like, kind of okay. I'm just not going to discard, I guess. Go. Fairly happy with this hand, honestly. Hopefully they just draw Fatal Pushes and counter spells, I guess. Yeah, I don't either, Chris. Well, the next question is, do I block? I think the answer is probably yes. I want this off the board. But if I turn this into a Thrill Seeker, they might be dead. I might just take the 7. I don't know. This is very close. Let's activate the Cauldron first, I guess. They could have Cling to Dust. Okay, they have Cling. All right, nice. So that is fine. Now we know to not block. That's kind of what I thought might happen there. Okay, it's a little annoying, but fine. Oh, well, now we get to deal with this. Oh, my goodness. All right, well, let's... I guess I eat their Cling so they can't get more cards. I did not, Ginger Brute, no. Did you tell me I suck? Okay, play a Bank Buster. And attack you for 6. Yeah, I know to not time out, Chris. I know that's what I'm trying to not do here. Okay. They just whiffed on that. Oh, that's why you don't play that card, I guess. All right, they're just dead. Holy shit, dude. I cannot believe we are going to win this matchup. It's unbelievable. Eat Bone Crusher. Pump. I mean, nothing at this point matters, but... Pump. damage. Chuck it at you for 10. All right, 2-0 with Mono Red Cauldron Fires. Let's go, dude. All right, sweet start to the day. That was gas. They drew so bad. They drew like actual no spells that game. Just no card advantage ever, but we take it, I guess. This is why Waffle played 4 Quick Study. 4 Quick Study, 4 Deluge, and a Gear Hulk. You just need all the cards. Oh, that's awesome, Mac. The Rakdos Fires deck? I don't even know what that looks... Oh, are you just... Is that a thing? Has somebody else played that? I haven't even seen that. ZNT usually plays mono white. Yeah, and that's exactly what is in the... Oh, this hand's terrible against mono white. We're going to mulligan this. Alright, this hand can play. We'll keep this. Gonna get rid of the Ramanap Ruins here, actually, I think. Excuse me. Yeah. God dang it, Ginger Brute. Fine, man. I'm going to my DMs. Oh, okay. God dang it. Now Chris is in on it too. Everybody's just letting me know how much I suck today. I appreciate that. Alright, Ginger Brute, then it sounds like Merrick probably won't go with us. Because he needs to be home to get to work. God dang it, Mac. Come on, dude. Oh, God. I don't even want to open it anymore. I feel like it's probably some sweet vintage cube deck, is what I'm hoping for, at least. Mono white. That's a very annoying card for them to play there. The 2 toughness, 1 drop. We needed them to play a 1 toughness, 1 drop. It's not a great start for me, although we can kill Thalia at least, so it's not like the worst. Hopefully this like play a Copper Coat here. Do they seriously not have a land? No way. Yeah, it's just a Thalia. Yeah. Alright. We'll light up the night that. Wait. Can I... This doesn't actually matter, but can I pay for it like this? No, I can't. Okay. This will still work. This deals +1. It's kind of good. If they have, like, the perfect curve on the play here, I probably can't win. Yeah, which is exactly what they had. I mean, this hand's the literal perfect hand. I don't really know what I can do. Opponent went a 1-drop that didn't die to light up into Thalia, into Adeline on the play. Like, kind of impossible for me to win. I guess I can play a Bone Crusher Giant, but they just wanted it more. Yeah, they did. Have some passion. You're right. I do need more passion. I mean, you know, the woes of playing a meme deck is definitely bad to just like good hands from the better decks in the format. We're super cold to this kind of start. 1, 2, 3 is just love for the game. Yeah, it really is. Well, we can play a Bone Crusher Giant. We're not like 100% dead yet. I'm gonna play this as a 4-3. We'll see if we can come back. Not even going to say what we need to dodge, because every time I say something that I need my opponent to not have, they have it every single time. But the problem is there's just such a multitude of cards that I need to fade here. Like, I honestly almost just need to fade spells. Like, that's how bad this situation is for me. It's like not a... yeah. Alright. Imagine that is game over. Alright. I mean, I can light up... I guess I can go, like... Stomp here... If I light up the knight here, I'm not dead. If they don't... Alright, let's try that. Let's do this. Yeah. Okay. Okay, well, that's about enough of that. Do not really have much in my sideboard here that I want to bring in. This matchup is going to be kind of tough. I have to keep a quick hand, I guess, is all I can really... I don't even really have anything in my sideboard for the matchup at all, to be honest. Yeah, I'm just gonna resubmit. We just need a good curve on the play. I mean, I think I can beat them on the play. On the draw is very sus. If they have hands like that, I probably won't be able to win, but I think the best thing for me possible here is that they slow down post-board, thinking that I can beat their aggression. Because you would think that a mono-red deck would have, like, Sweltering Suns and Rending Volleys and things like that. But I have none of that, obviously. I have not, Mac. It's basically just Sprite, right? Isn't it just, like, New Sierra Mist? Okay, interesting. I'll have to try it, I guess. Typically, I think Sprite's fine. It's definitely not my, like, favorite pop or soda, but it's good morning soda. That's fair. That's fair, man. All right, I would like to be on the play. Oh, I am going to keep this. I mean, we need to rip lands, but this is a pretty good hand. I mean, it's about as good as I can ask for. And they're on a mulligan, which is helpful too. So how many 64-mans have you won already, Mac? Have you won multiple? I'll probably do a few of those next week. 1-1 played 3? Okay. Kinda unlucky. Yeah, that's fair. Oh, man. I'm actually considering playing that Pioneer qualifier this evening. Okay. It's not a great draw. Are you able to sacrifice Dauntless Bodyguard with no targets? You are, right? That's what I thought. Alright. That's pretty awkward. I don't really know what I want to do with this turn. I think I want to hold the Cleansing Wildfire for a different land. Although cantripping is kind of a big deal because I need to hit my lands. I think I'm just going to pass. Hopefully they don't play Thalia. Hopefully they play something else I can stomp. After that tank, though, they're like going to know that I have the stomp. But at the end of the day, if I have to stomp this, I will. I'm going to take the 2. Okay, now I get to stomp that. Okay. Well, not a great start for me, but not the worst, I guess. If we can get this into play, I don't feel terrible. If we just hit running lands, I think we have a very reasonable shot to win the game, but it kind of needs to be just that. It needs to be running lands. Well, that's a pretty great draw, because now I can Cleansing Wildfire that and ramp myself. Okay, so I think now the play is just Cleansing Wildfire. Well, let's see. If I play this, they have to deal with it. We're obviously doing this. I really like being able to fire his next turn, though. Is this enter tapped or untapped? Tapped. Okay. I don't know. I think I like this line, but okay, that's not terrible either. I'm just going to kill one of these. Just get things off the board here. Go. Next turn I get to go fires, probably Bone Crusher. The following turn, Karn, go get Sky Sovereign Mightstone. All right, Wedding Announcement. Yeah, so they did slow down, which I think will end up being good for me. Another Light Up the Night. I mean, it's definitely just fires. And play Bone Crusher. Next turn, I can Karn, Tutor, Darksteel, play Cavalier. That seems quite good. Play this, your turn. That's if I don't draw a land. If I draw a land, I can Karn, go get Boat. Start killing everything. Seems pretty good. Alright, multiple wedding announcements is, that's a little scary, but... I mean, I think I just put the pressure on my opponent, like, go get that Dark Steel, play this Cavalier of Flame, and then just start swinging, honestly. Like, I get to activate it. Yeah, it seems really, really good. And then I can light up the Knight their face later, too. So they're in pretty big trouble, I think. All right, let's tutor. Get the other Citadel. Dark Steel. Play this. Play this. Question is, do I want to pitch the Soul Cauldron? I think the answer might be yes, to be completely honest. It doesn't seem super necessary at all. I'm going to pitch it. All the other stuff's good, though. Oh, baby. All right. Activate. And combat. Guess they do just get to kill my Karn now. I could have sat back and not attacked at all. Because now they just get to go chump chump. I didn't really think about chump chump. I was thinking about them gang blocking the Bone Crusher. But they might just chump chump with 2 1/1s. And then send 2 creatures at Karn. But then I guess they don't get more bodies if they send 2 creatures at Karn. And I don't really care if they draw cards. I think we can win from that position, but... Okay, well, activate again. Take 6. Go. Okay. Go ahead, opponent. Rude. That's my Cavalier. Get to attack and kill the Karn. Yeah, at least they don't get more bodies, I guess. Okay. Again, I don't think this really matters. I'm going to spite this and get rid of that. And they are just dead to 2 fireballs here, so I'm just going to fireball them for 5 and then attack them for 4. Oh, I didn't realize this wasn't X+1 if you target a player. Interesting. Okay. Well, that's a little concerning. It means I need a land to have them dead. But we do get multiple looks. We have Spite to get a redraw. Let's see what happens, I guess. Go ahead. Okay. 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 Yeah. All right. You need a land. Untap. Untap land. That ain't it. Actually, an untapped land doesn't even do it. Because it's not X+1. Card's a little worse than I thought it was. It's unfortunate. I thought we were going to get this one. Maybe I shouldn't have attacked and let them kill my Karn. Thrill Seeker. I could draw a Thrill Seeker. That's our out. Top deck Thrill Seeker win the game. So, all right, do this wherever. Doesn't really matter. I'll do it here. Get rid of Fable, I guess. God dang it, man. If I cast this with Fires of Invention, can I get one less on the X? Can I still pay X while casting it with Fires of Invention? I guess let's find out. Nope. All right. Fair enough. Didn't think I could, but may as well try because we were dead if I paid X. Put them to 1. God, it's so frustrating. So close. Again, apologize, chat. First Friday of the month. If you guys hear the siren. Oh, Mac, I just opened your message, dude. Such nonsense, dude. All right. Well, hand looks fine. I'm going to keep. Phoenix might be what they're playing. Land go. Okay, they are still on Phoenix. Okay. Hopefully they're on shredders and not Thing in the Ice. A lot of people have been on Shredder lately, so fuck me, man. I'm just going to untap. Alright, that was a very good draw. So we could deal with Thing in the Ice, or we can play Fable. I can Volcanic Spite, plus Light Up the Night. I kind of want to get the Fable going. So we hit another land, I can just Light Up the Night without having to do all the silly stuff. Chart a course. Okay. Phoenix to the bin. Kill my thing. Okay. Alright, this honestly went okay, and that is a pretty good one here, too. Alright, I'm going to get rid of Spite and Bone Crusher. I don't think these are particularly good. Okay, we hit the land, which is really what we needed here. I'm just going to Light Up the Night, the Thing in the Ice. Okay. Getting a Phoenix back here will suck. Okay. Okay, that was a really good draw. More lands is definitely solid. Kind of a interesting spot as to how I want to play from this position. I could Karn Crypt them. Then they can't cast Cruise, but they haven't played any pieces or anything yet. Like, I don't even know if that's a good play. I could just go Thrill Seeker, Soul Cauldron, put counter on the Thrill Seeker so they can't kill Thrill Seeker. And I can eat their Thing in the Ice as well, so I get to attack their graveyard a little bit. That actually, I think, is going to be my line. I think that makes the most sense. I could back up onto the Reflection, actually. It exposes this to Spike Field. It's a little annoying, but I have another Thrill Seeker, so... I actually kind of like that. I kind of like keeping the Reflection around. If they don't have an Axe. Do this so I can't get Spike Fielded. I think that does matter, especially with a Cauldron in play. I want the Voldiran in the yard as a creature. Okay. Yep. Okay. Okay. Well, if I can dodge Cruise this turn, I will certainly Tormod's Crypt them. Okay. I think that's probably the line. I think that just has to make sense. Cage, I guess, is interesting too, but I think Crypt is what we want. Attack, go. They can kill my Karn, but if they don't deal with this reflection, they might just be dead. To the other Thrill Seeker, especially. They could present a blocker, I suppose. This Fire Up Den. Could be a Fire Up Den situation. Playing the Otawara. Okay, this feels like a lightning axe. Goblin, thank you very much. Appreciate it. You are a superstar. I guess they could send only the Den. Send everybody. Alright, well, gotta dodge axe. But if we dodge axe, the game's over. Yeah, if I untap, I win. Alright, game's done. Thrill Seeker counters on the reflection, attack, and then chuck it at you. Okay. Combat attack. Sure, kill you. Sweet. Alright, well, I'm definitely just going to bring the other Cauldron in. I think I'm going to bring the Cage in. A lot of bad ones here. Volcanic Spite, really poor. Bone Crusher Giant is also really poor. But at least Bone Crusher's, like, a threat. I think I'm going to bring in the Bank Buster as well. Maybe we just do this. Really getting punished for not playing Rending Volley in my sideboard. That's probably heinous to play this format with 0 Rending Volleys in your sideboard for both this deck and Mono White, but got a little crazy with my artifact tutor board, but probably doing a little too much. There are definitely some things that don't need to be there. The goggles is fun, but probably cute. 3 Damping Sphere might not be necessary. Shadow Spear is pretty fringe, too. It's not a card you have to play. Get, like, 3 volleys in there instead of those. But you play, like, 2 volleys. You don't have to play 3, but I definitely think we want some amount. This felt like a card I definitely wish I had. Maybe I do want Spike, because it can deal with Ledger Shredder if they're playing Shredder. I really don't know. Should I respect that they could have Shredder? On the draw, the answer is probably yes. I'm going to cut 3 Giants, I guess. Alright. And I'm going to keep. It's got a turn 2 Bank Buster. Pretty good one in the matchup, so hopefully they keep a fairly reactive, slower hand. Okay. Okay, this is exactly the kind of hand I needed them to keep. Bank Buster. Go. Okay. It's likely I'm just going to spin Bank Buster every turn. There's a huge reason to do anything else. That's nice. Play this. Go. Okay. Yeah, and it seems very apparent they kept a reactive hand, so I'm just going to keep doing nothing. Go ahead. Activate Bank Buster on their turn now. They don't have to move to clean up that way. Yeah, this is exactly what I needed. They're probably just, like, choking on removal spells right now. I'm just going to punish that with Reckoner Bank Buster. How busted is Reckoner Bank Buster? This card is just so insane. Alright, well, let's do that. Play land. They can just go Fable here. Land, Fable, right? Cascading Cataracts, Fable, pass. We can activate this on their turn. Seems pretty good. Okay. I think another Fable seems good. I'd probably top it. I don't know, though. I kind of don't need it. I mean, I have all the cards I could really ever want here. Are all pretty good. I'm kind of just, like, looking for Karn. Karn seems pretty good. I might just bottom it. Like, I don't even know if I want the second Fable. I probably do, but it doesn't really beat the things that I lose to. It got banned in Standard, you know that? Yeah, it sure did. I can't decide if I want to keep this or not. I think I might be able to do better, honestly. Fire's Invention is, like, so broken if I can find one. I think I'm going to bottom this. Kind of insane. Crooked Custodian? I don't know what that one does at all. Do not know what that one does at all. Not gonna lie. No clue what that one does. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what I lose to, so this is why I bottomed that Fable. Okay. Alright, so... probably just, like, Crew... Thrill Seeker... might actually lead on Fable. I don't know, do I want my mana up? That's the real question here. I don't think mana up really does much, so I'm going to do this. We baited the Aether Gust, let's go. I'm going to bottom this one as well. Well, now they need a Lightning Axe. If they have one, I'm in a little bit of trouble, but... I just need to hope they don't. They do not. That's pretty great for me. Kill your thing in the ice. Go. Sure. Okay. They're going to have a really hard time beating Cavalier Flame. Especially two of them. They've already used two Aether Gusts. Like, how many more? Oh, baby. And now I've got the Fires, too. Alright, Fires. Not gonna lie, I may actually play Mountain first here, just in case they have Dispute in their deck. Pretty unlikely that they would have that, but I would want a Fable here anyway, so I'm gonna do this so they can't dispute me. Okay. D-Stroke is pretty annoying. Okay, go. But again, beating Cavalier might be kind of tough for them. Brotherhood's End. Okay, that's pretty annoying. Well, it's doing a lot of annoying shit in this game. A little tired of it. Spite does deal with this. I think I probably keep the Spite. I think it is pitch Cataract's Den. Alright. Like I said, I am still gonna just keep playing around Dispute. Why not? Alright. I'm gonna pitch the Spite here, I think. Pretty unneeded. Okay. Combat. 7. Go. Okay. Opponent is definitely in trouble. Even if they can Lightning Axe this Cavalier, they take 2, and then the Raminap has them in big trouble as well. Yep. Okay. And now Thrill Seeker plus Ruins is just lethal now. Yeah, they're just dead. Tap out and die to Thrill Seeker. Also Cavalier them, but... Thrill Seeker kill you. Yep. Alright, nice. So, winning record with this deck. Let's go. See if we can get a 4-1 here. I don't even think our deck is built really all that well at all, to be honest. So it's... Like I said, the Rending Volley not being in my sideboard is disgusting. I've almost gotten punished by it 2 rounds in a row. We certainly got punished against Mono White, but we're able to escape Thing in the Ice Phoenix there. Kind of brutal that they were on Thing in the Ice and not Ledger Shredder. I get it, it's better into green, but Shredder is just way superior into like every other deck. It's just a much better Magic card, to be completely honest, but Thing in the Ice is better into green. But green has taken a bit of a dip in popularity the last week. Didn't do great at the Euro RC, nor did it do great in Canada, I don't think. So people are off it kind of right now. We haven't actually, I don't even know if we played against green this entire week. We've really not played against it much. Which is kind of ridiculous. The deck's like not bad. It doesn't really make sense that it dipped that heavily, but people just love copying what they see. All right. Well, winning the die roll is a good start. Yeah, the hand's fine. We're going to keep. Fine with it. We actually get to Cleansing Wildfire on turn 2 and ramp. Kind of awesome. Go ahead. I'm just going to lead here. This really hides what I'm doing. My opponent will have no clue. All right. Time to Wildfire. Yes, I would like to use the ability. Thank you. Put this in tap. Draw a card. All right. Another Bone Crusher is not terrible. Go ahead. Okay. So they're on Waste Not. Okay, sure. I guess I just stop this, more than likely. Go ahead. Okay, there's on normal Rakdos. Makes sense. Sure. Thrill Seeker's not terrible. Let's just jam this guy down. Go. Assume they're going to have a kill spell for this bone here. Okay. Good to know they're on Heartless Act. We can maybe exploit that later. It's also... we know that they can kill Sky Sob if I do that to them, so yeah, that's fine. We'll just kill that with a Light Up the Night. Do definitely think that is the way I want to do it. So we need to do x equals 4 here. Go. All right, now I'll set an upkeep stop. Deal with another Shieldred at instant speed if they have one. Okay, that's obscenely annoying. Probably the Spite. Double Spite does deal with Kroxa later. We really just need to hope we can draw a Karn for the Kroxa, I think. I'm going to get rid of a Spite, but... It's a really annoying play pattern there, opponent. Wow, that was annoying. They get the Shelly back as well. That could not have possibly gone any worse. It's a great turn for my opponent. Alright, Karn. Not quite. It's not quite a Karn. I probably should have left that land in hand, actually. That was stupid. Play this, go. Very dumb to play it that way. Hopefully they play Shelly first, but unlikely. I think this is just a very easy Kroxa. Yeah. Makes sense. I can deal with it, I guess, so that's something. It's pretty embarrassing, though. Karn can still beat them, so we're going to play it this way. Man, playing that land was so bad. So bad. I think I'd rather blind loot this away to just get deeper in my deck. I have no idea. It's totally random. I guess I'd rather not take damage if I drew a land, although if I drew a land, that would be exactly the situation of why I would want to discard the Giant, is because I want to discard the land and then like top deck a Karn. Karn is really the only way I'm going to get out of this game. Bottom of my library. Yeah, I really have no idea. I guess I'm just going to say no. I don't know. Should have just left that land in my hand. It's pretty gross. Bad play on my part. Really bad play. Should still have a Bone Crusher Giant. And I'd be at 15, but... they play a Shelly. I mean, Karn could still maybe get the job done. I'm just going to play this and pass. The good news is I do think this matchup is pretty reasonable for us, so even if I lose this game, we would definitely still get the next one. Not too sad. Alright, yeah, just 2 lands in a row. A little too much. That's probably game. I don't know, I guess I have still a one-turn window to hit Karn. Go. Now Karn can just tutor Mightstone immediately and use it, so I suppose that's something. That's pretty brutal. As were most things here, to be honest. That's not a Karn. Let's just move on. Alright. Well, what cards do I not really like here? I think I want another Cauldron. All the Croaks I hate. I may just cut the Spites. I don't really think they're super necessary or good. I'm going to bring in the Bankbuster. And going to bring in maybe the Golos. I don't think I'm really ever going to tutor this, but I think it's a pretty good card. Pithing Needle is super reasonable too. I think I kind of want all my other stuff, so. Yep, we'll keep. Honestly, in this matchup, I could see trimming Thrill Seekers for like a couple Pithing Needles. I do think Pithing Needle is very good. Because they're going to be very heavy on Bankbusters, obviously. Yeah, let's take that off. Let's do this. Say go. Trimming on Thrill Seeker when we go up Cauldron is kind of awkward, though. We'll say. This is probably fine. Yep, annoying. We'll see what they take. I've got a lot of ringers here, so. Okay. Darksteel, go. Fable, go. I think I would rather have Mountain than second Darksteel, so I'm going to play the Mountain that they... Even though they don't know about it, still very worth it, I think, to play. Okay, I'm going to pitch the Thrill Seeker here. Obnoxious turn. All right, sure. That's fine. I'm obviously going to pitch this. The Wildfire is just a free redraw, and it ramps me to the 5th mana, so I think I just do this. Okay, that's also very good. I guess now I probably just do that. Probably. I have to imagine. Go ahead. Okay, they also have a Fable. That's fine. Yeah, that's getting looted away. I am, I think, going to keep the Wildfire. It's just a land drop and a redraw, which seems pretty okay. But I guess maybe it might just be better to just take a draw. Like, I'm really just looking for Karn. I do not think they can really beat a Karn. It'll be absurdly hard for them. Maybe it's just better to take a blind draw. I don't know. This thins a little bit, though, is part of the reason I think it's good. I'm just going to pitch this. Okay. Let's do this. Bone Crusher is pretty sweet here. I think I just stomp their 2-2. Obviously attack. They do get to potentially Croaxamy this next turn. I guess, no, they can't do it this turn, but the following turn they'll be able to, almost certainly. I'm just going to hold this land in my hand. We do have a Fable Loop incoming, which is probably an issue for them. Let's get to make a million reflections. Okay, they pitch Shadow. They play land. Blood Tithe. Sure. To activate the Bank Buster. Okay. Not a good draw. Now that I have things to do with my mana, I think it's definitely right to play my land. Cast this with Fires of Invention. Pass turn. Now the good news is if they activate the Bank Buster, I can make a copy. I said, does that even do anything? Not really. It does actual nothing. I don't really... Yeah. Never mind, I won't do that. I'm probably in trouble here. Depends if I can find a Karn or not. It's kind of been the key to a lot of our games is can we find Karn. Cavalier would be really good too, which I guess is a reason to maybe hold the lands, but I'll respond. Try and clone. Sure. Not a ton I can do about that, unfortunately. And they also may get to Croaxamy here too, which is pretty disgusting, but very nice, Metawatt, nice. Still don't really think they can beat a Karn, so let's just try and draw that. But if I don't draw a Karn, I'm pretty screwed. So frustrating, man. So frustrating. Got Thoughtseize on turn 1. They took a Karn, and I've just, like, never drawn... We've drawn, what? 7, 8 lands? Bummer. Well, I'm still happy with a 3-2 out of this deck, to be honest. Beating Phoenix and beating Blue-Black Control is kind of unbelievable. This matchup's one we really should win, but... Not if you can't top deck well, and I am not known for my ability to top deck well, especially against somebody who cast Thoughtseize on me on turn 1, so whatever. This game's pretty over. I mean, I could... Yeah, there's just no way. They have a Bank Buster going. They have Reflection. They have a Croxa that's attacking. They have a Blood. We could, I guess, take a Draw Step. I don't even know what I would go get with Karn. I can't even remove the Croxa. Skysov, I guess. Skysov, kill your Reflection. This is not worth my brain energy. Let's just move on. Not worth it at all. All right, so the next deck we're going to play is another Rakdos Cauldron build. I'll put that up real quick. Give me a moment. Set it as the current deck. Cauldron Rakdos version 3. Here we are. Boom. All right, so the idea of this one is it's very similar to normal Rakdos, but it just also has Thrill Seeker Cauldron. Playing the Shota mana base, except instead of Denon playing Sokenzan, I think Sokenzan plays a little better with Cauldron. Gives you multiple creatures, which is pretty nice. But really, really similar to normal Rakdos. Basically playing Thrill Seeker instead of Trespasser, and I think Trespasser is a horrible card anyway right now. I guess it got a little bit better because Phoenix has been doing pretty well, but I just think that card is not good. And then we're doing the Cauldrons instead of Bankbusters pretty much, and that's just kind of what we're doing. So we'll see how this goes. All right, here we go. Where's the dinos? This is what you tune into. Yeah, you missed Mono Red Cauldron. We did 3-2 with it. It was kind of cool. Mono Red fires Cauldron. Is hand good enough? I mean, it's Thoughtseize Stomp. I think I'm going to keep. It was pretty cool. It was pretty cool. Now you get to watch Rakdos. Okay, we're playing against Rogues. I don't have a good answer to this Nighthawk. I think I'm just taking this. That's fair, DBC. Spicy Rakdos. Yeah, we're trying Spicy Rakdos today for sure. Rogues is typically a pretty good matchup for Rakdos. It's not a bad draw at all. Cling to Dust. That's really annoying. Patience from our opponent there is very smart, but... Go for the Throat, Fairy Mastermind, Unknowns after that. Fatal Push, not a bad one. I'm just going to play Mutavault and pass, I think. Yeah, me too, man. It's going to be a good time. I think I may actually play the qualifier tonight on Moto with Waste Not. Cope with the... God dang it, dude. Opponent's patience is really pissing me off. It's definitely smart of them, but it's just really annoying. Now they can get the Nighthawk back. Okay. They're not playing the Nighthawk yet, though. Man, this guy is patient. Holy smokes. Well, that's a good one. Gosh dang it, Igloo Boy. Oh, it's awesome. Alright, play this. Okay, and then I think I play the Black Cleave tapped. I might actually play this on red. Yeah, I'm going to play this on red. I like that a lot more. Go ahead. A little bit annoying. I do just get to Fatal Push that, I guess. Seems pretty okay to me. They'll probably go for the throat my guy. See if they go for the throat my Blood Tithe here. Pretty unlikely, but I mean, it's possible. We'll see what they do. Okay. Interesting. Guess they want to save it for Shelly. Kind of makes sense. Okay, I'm just going to stomp this twice, I guess. Oh. Well, that's pretty good, too. That's really, really good. It gets to eat that stupid Cling to Dust. What's up, Al? How you doing, man? I am a little worried about stomping this. Yeah. Yeah, getting hit by Pierce is really brutal. I guess I'm just going to eat their Cling to Dust and move on with my life. We could sack the Blood Tithe and stomp. That's fair, Al. That is fair. Yeah, I think that probably makes sense. It really is. It's a fun one. I'll just eat that Cling to Dust right now. We are, yes. We really are. If they flash into Mastermind, I think I stomp it. Okay, man, this guy just refuses to put his threats into play. Come on, man. You only play like 2 of this garbage. Whatever. It's annoying, but not the end of the world. Colorless cards or something. Yeah, they are. I think I'm going to blood this Black Cleave away still. It is kind of close, but this card's just so bad. Here. They have it go for the throat, so I can't really do any tricky stuff with Blood Tithe Harvester. But I kind of can. I can force them to go for the throat Mutavault. That's fair, Al. Yeah. Huh. I don't know what I'm supposed to do here. This is, like, really interesting. Huh. Problem is they can have Drown now for the Stomp, too. It's not even, like, guaranteed that that's even good. You want to hold it for another push. I guess I'll untap. We can untap, but we may be blooding that away. It's a very bad draw. Ironically, that's even worse than the Blackleaf Glyphs. How does this thing read? In your opponent's graveyard? So I can just start eating my own types, I guess. Alright, I'm just going to cast this. And we're still just going to be patient, I guess. I may actually play this now. I think this has more use than Cauldron. I kind of do have a lot of ways to abuse having mana as with all these man lands, so I am going to play that. Go ahead. Okay. Well, they only have one unknown. God, we binned another Fatal Push. That's pretty sickening. I don't know that I'm supposed to kill that. I'm probably not, honestly. I think I need to save for the Mastermind, but... I'm going to eat my Mutavault. Gets rid of power. Okay, now all my creatures can become fairy masterminds. Just kind of wild. Oh, yeah, it's fine. Okay, well, they milled over 2 lands. I guess that's a win. They kind of drew me 2 cards. Okay. All right, I'm going to untap. Jesus Christ, dude. Weird. All right, so I think I Soul Cauldron here. And try to turn all my things into Blood Tithe Harvesters. Okay, so you can respond to this. It's interesting, sure. So the go for the throat is going to happen. Do I think the moon is real? I do. I am a believer in the moon. I am a believer in the moon. Alright, let's blood. We really need some action here. I'm gonna pitch this. It is so unbelievable how bad I... Oh, god dang it. I forgot about that mastermind. We should have killed that first. Oh, God. It's so frustrating. I needed to kill that then blood. Huge mistake. Well, play this. From a moon believer? Yeah, that's true. Guess I'll play land. It does not help that I've drawn... this is a classic game of... How many spells have I even drawn this game? It's turn 9. I have... We Thoughtseized. We drew a push. We had a push. I kept Thoughtseize Stomp. We drew another Stomp. I've seen maybe 5 spells and 20 cards. So kind of obnoxious. I'm going to block. Okay, whatever. I think we're kind of just dead now. I guess I can do this. Pop the blood. We needed you 5 turns ago, but... Alright, that's insane. It's so disgusting. This matchup is so good for Rakdos. Very frustrating game. Duresses are solid. K-Command's good. I'm going to bring in the volleys as well. Go Blank's probably pretty reasonable. Liliana is okay. I wonder if I just cut the Soul Cauldron Thrill Seeker stuff here and just be normal Rakdos. It's probably what I'm supposed to do, to be honest. I think it's just what I'm going to do. Not be cute. Misery Shadow is not particularly good either. I'm going to cut these as well. I want something like this. I only have 1 volley and all the edicts. Probably makes sense. We'll keep this. Duress. It's a lot of good stuff there. I could take Malakir Rebirth. Takes a land drop from them, which is kind of funny. They have a hand that can kind of get out of that, though, is the really annoying thing, but I kind of just want to take their land drop. God, Kaito is so nuts, though. If they hit lands... I'm gonna take their land, but I'm not sold that that's actually right. That's a tough one there. Thoughtseize, you got it. They'll probably take a harvester. Okay, that, I guess those deal with Kaito, which is nice. Kind of forgot about that, I'm not gonna lie. It's pretty good. Go. Okay. Yep. Probably take the Go Blank. Maybe they take the Edict. Yeah, makes a lot of sense. So you got Fatal Push for the Blood Tithe. Alright, go. Like, pretty happy with my hand, I think, so sit here and not use the blood. It's fine. Opponent just casually is peeling 2 lands in a row. It seems about right. Okay, they do nothing. Makes sense. Kill my mana. They know I have the Edict anyway. It's a good draw. Go. Okay. Herborg, I guess, is fine. Go. Actually kind of want one more red source, so I'm going to play this. I don't know if this game favors me or not, just sitting here doing nothing. Really have no idea. Alright, I'm going to leave that in. I'm just going to pass. Let's just be patient. No reason to blood yet. First thing I think I'm going to do is blood here. Okay, kill this. Blood Tithe Harvester, go. I'm going to hold that. I'm just going to say go. There's no reason to play that right now. I'm, again, just going to say go. It's really annoying how long these games are taking because my clock is getting kind of low. It's like super grindy, weird games. Alright, I'm going to blood away this land and then Fatal Push their thing. Okay, now I'm going to Thoughtseize them in Fable. Assume they'll drown this. Yep, it's fine. Fable, go. Okay. Yep. It's fine. Sure. It's a sign of desperation, I think, that loot. That's nice. I guess it does protect their Kaito from Stomp. Kind of makes sense. Sure. You got it. The Goblin is down. I don't even know if the second Bone Crusher is very good here. It seems kind of medium, but probably better than a random card. Lets me just hardcast this one, I think. Okay. It's a little ridiculous, but here we go. Go. How do I feel about the third? Pretty bad about it, J-Lid. I'm not gonna lie. Pretty frickin' bad. Alright, well that's a sign they did not have Drown in their hand before activating. Because they would have just played and then activated with Drown up. That's clearly what they're drawing to here. I guess I just stomp their Kaito and then attack their Kaito? Like, so weird. They can, like, I guess fire up Hive and block, but probably okay, honestly. Just play another one. I'm, like, legitimately in danger of losing this match to clock. It's pretty frustrating, but... Alright, combat, attack. Fire up Hive, you got it. I'm going to allow the block. It's going to, I believe, play another Bone Crusher here. Go. I think that's a little better than Fable in this spot, but... Okay. Make a 1-1, huh? Okay. Okay. I'm gonna stomp your Kaito. Okay, that's a pretty good one. Going to make them discard. And probably just kill their 1-1. I feel like this is going to get countered, but... Oh, I wasn't supposed to let that resolve. I needed to edict them. Oh, god dang it, dude. It's literally game losing. It's a game losing mistake. Just clicked right through. So annoying. I was so low on clocks. I was like clicking faster than I should have been. I was thinking they had a drown. I'm surprised they wouldn't just put that into play before I could kill the... I don't know. I guess they were trying to get me. They did get me because I'm a moron, but... Oh, it's so stupid. Oh, that is so dumb, dude. Frickin' A, man. Yeah, that's tilting enough to make me just concede. That's just so ridiculous. Yeah, thanks. Appreciate it. Just really, really annoying. Hate losing games to the client. It's something that would never happen in paper, but because I have the clock there, I'm like having to click through everything. Super long, grindy match. Whatever. On to the next one we go. I will say, I do... Well, this hand is pretty good. I do kind of wonder if Cauldron is just garbage in these decks. It has not felt great in Rakdos so far. I feel like Bankbuster is just a much better card probably in these decks. Bankbuster almost certainly wins us the first game against Rogues. If the Cauldron's a Bankbuster was up a million cards and yeah. Million cards, have a threat. Probably take Fable, I imagine. Wow. Okay. Well, I am very happy with that. I'm going to jam this because if they stomp this, it means they're not stomping my Fable token. It also means they're not thought seizing my Fable. Okay. Well, I'm going to attack and then jam a Fable. I cannot believe my opponent took the Cauldron. That's so awesome for me. Yeah, that's fine. I guess this game, Bankbuster and Cauldron would have had the exact same text. Get thought seized by the opponent. Okay. Oh, they're on Racksack. Okay, that makes everything make a lot more sense. I don't really think Fatal Push does very much here. I'm just going to discard land push. Could discard, I guess, the Bone Crusher Giant, but I actually think a 4-3 could definitely matter. Push deals with a devil if they find one. Yeah, I'm aware. But it's just how I do it so I don't click through more things, you know. That is where a lot of my clock gets lost, is all my stops, but I'd rather lose a bunch of time than misclick more than I do. I'm typically pretty good about misclicking, but alright, let's get rid of this, and I think I'm gonna ditch the push. Okay, let's Thoughtseize. Wow, that could not have been any worse, which is kind of the theme for the day thus far. That makes the taking the Cauldron make a little more sense, I guess. Well, I'm obviously taking that. Play this. I think I just hardcast this. Go. Yep. I do just get to eat that with a hive. I guess that's not even that bad. Would I rather eat this with hive or take the Gigantha here? Gigantha is going to be a hard one for me to beat. It's a very mana inefficient play, though. I'd probably beat it. I have like a reflection going. I'm just going to eat their Kroxa and be mana efficient. There's also not a guarantee they drew the untapped land either. I think I'm also going to send this. What else am I doing? If they like play something off the Witness, they don't get to play that Gigantha, so I think this is acceptable. Yep. Yep. It's fine. It does dig them to a land, but I still think it's fine. They did an untapped land, but it's okay. You came for the Vintage Cube? I don't think we're Vintage Cubing today, actually. We've done it the last few days, but probably not happening today. Okay. That's fine. I'm going to leave that in hand. Thoughtseize. Okay. Go ahead. Yeah. Clone this. That is a very good one. Just gonna attack here, see what they do. Blocking's like kind of awkward because I could have another Bone Crusher, but they might just have to do it anyway. Okay. Yeah, makes sense. Sure, damage. Man, play this. I think I am going to hold the land still, though. Draw like a Blood Tithe or a Fable. It's pretty important to be able to discard. Alright, opponent just drew really badly that game. That was not a typical game of me playing against Raksack, that's for sure. It's how I draw when I play Raksack. Disgusting draw from them, honestly. No Fables, no Deadly Disputes. Didn't draw any of their good cards. Actually, none of them. Okay, well, that was pretty lucky. K-Command, all the Duresses. Go blank seems solid. Alright, well, the Cauldrons are actually real in this matchup. Edict is atrocious. I typically cut Blood Tithe Harvester against these decks. Just a little awkward. In Rack Mid, I typically cut the Blood Tithes. Here, I might not because of Cauldron shenanigans, but... it's just such a bad thing to let them claim the Firstborn. It's so embarrassing, but... our entire deck is pretty bad to claim, and in this matchup, I can't do what I usually do, which is just sit behind Bankbuster. So I probably have to play it pretty different than I normally do. Maybe all the hand hate's a little excessive, but I think it's really important. Like I said, the best cards in their deck are Deadly Dispute and Fable, so the games where they don't do that, where they don't get to do that, they struggle typically. I don't know, we can still probably just cut, like, Misery Shadow is pretty mid, too. Shadow might be even worse, actually. They're both pretty awful. I probably just don't want... yeah, I guess I'd rather have Shadow, because they can't claim it and sack it and kill a thing. This is kind of a weird game plan. I'm not sure if this is going to work, but we're going to try it. What I've learned from this league thus far is that I really miss Reckoner Bankbuster. What if there's a way to build these decks with just Cauldron and Bankbuster? Groovin', I think I like Bone Crusher into Raksack, actually. I do not think that... I know it's like a lot of people cut it against Raksack, but I think it's a big mistake. They're a Blood Tithe Harvester Fable deck still. Like, it's still a 2-for-1 removal spell. You have plenty of ways to deal with their oven. Typically, I play 3 in most Rakdos builds. I play in a Braid and 2 K-Commands minimum. Sometimes I play 3 K-Commands. But with Rack Mid, I typically try and outgrind Sack, which, if you have a Bankbuster, works pretty well in a lot of games. So this hand is absolute garbage. I'm going to mulligan this. This hand's good. I'm going to get rid of the Urborg here. Okay. Dress. I want Fable or Deadly Dispute. Both are insanely annoying. I don't actually know which one's worse for me. Probably Fable. I think it's Fable, but both these are a disaster. Like I said, two best cards in the deck. Because they drew 0 of them in game 1, so I really have no right to complain, but pretty good 7 from them here. I'm going to take Fable, but it's close. So I can just stomp their guy here. They do get the sack off, obviously, and I don't get the Bone Crusher, but I'm still happy to just kill their creature. I think we're just going to have to try and ride Shieldred this game. It's pretty unlikely to work, but yep. I'll get the Deadly Dispute their food off. That's if they didn't draw something better. God damn. God damn. That is just so brutal. Yep. Question is, what do they take between the Fable and the Shelly? The Shelly is dangerous to lead me with. They do get a lot of looks at Fatal Push, but if they don't find it, they could certainly lose to leaving Shieldred in my hand. Alright. I think I like what their play was here. Okay, that's a really good draw, actually. Go ahead. Now if they do deal with Shieldred, I can just buy it back. I'm going to Deadly Dispute off the food. Pretty straightforward. Turns out 2 mana, draw 2 cards, get a mana is pretty good. 2 mana, draw 2, get a Lotus Petal. Pretty strong. Like I said, it is debatable that I should have just taken that instead of Fable. I think it was actually very, very close. Fable is filtering, whereas this is just actual card advantage. Oh, that's so goddamn tilting. Oh, I'm going to pitch the lands. Oh, 1 sec. Play this, go. All right. Well, that's a good start. Sure. Yep. That's frustrating. That is also frustrating. Okay, I'm just going to play a 4-3, I guess. Go. Imagine they'll sack off the Witness to the Oven, but okay, that cannot be a good sign. Means their last card is excellent. Okay, maybe not. I don't really understand why they wouldn't sack it off. I guess it's because they want a blocker. Kind of have to attack into it is the really annoying thing here. Not winning the game by sitting here. They're very far ahead of me right now, so just have to pray that they get very unlucky 2 games in a row, which seems highly unlikely, but we'll eat the Fable, I suppose. Blood Tithe I don't mind leaving in there because I could eat it with a Soul Cauldron later. Yeah. Block, sack to oven. Uh-huh. Croxa and Fable. They can just Croxa me twice, but that does run the risk of me just like top decking a Fatal Push. I think if I'm them, I probably Giganta. I guess they want to. I would just Fable, honestly. Okay, they're gonna do this. Like I said, I mean, if I can peel a removal spell on them, we just get to hit them for 6 and put them to 6. Like, this could be a game-losing play from them. I guess they do get to sack this to oven. Get 2 food. Yeah, I guess the 2 foods is pretty appealing too. This might actually just be better. Although, I do think a little worse to a top deck Fatal Push. Yep. Okay, I think that's about enough. Man, oh man. This is rough. Shieldred's Edict is horrible too. God, this is really the more I'm playing Rakdos with Cauldron, the more I'm just wishing I wasn't. There might be a good way to build this deck with Cauldron, but I don't think we've figured it out these last few days, that's for sure. All these builds have just felt worse than normal Rakdos, and Raxac, just worse Rakdos in general, which is definitely not where you want to be, obviously. Maybe if I added Bankbuster to this deck as well, though, it would be like that's the key piece that I'm missing, is just the broken card advantage engine that is Reckoner Bankbuster. I really don't know. I think I'm just going to run it back. I'm going to keep. 3 hand 8 spells is pretty sweet. I'm going to duress them on turn 1. I'm going to take their oven. Don't have an answer to that right now. Seems annoying. Next turn I get to Thoughtseize their Fable. We'll see what they take here. Be interesting. Sure. Ooh, that's kind of interesting. Although I Don't really think it does anything. Yeah, I mean, this is just a classic spot. Imagine if this card were just Bank Buster. I would just slam it, and we would be miles ahead. Pretty lame. All right, well, we're going to Thoughtseize our opponent, because that's what makes sense to me here. I'm going to take their Fable. Go. Okay. Alright, I may actually take the Cauldron now, or play the Cauldron. I know they can play the Devil if I do that, but I can Fatal Push the Devil. I kind of want to save Thoughtseize for when they pick up the Giganta that I really can't deal with. I'm actually just going to play this here. Go ahead. Pretty gross to miss land in our 26 land deck, but what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Opponent lost connection. I assume they'll be back. This is absolutely not beating them right now. I'd imagine they rage conceded to this. Another hand is Edict, Sokenzan, Mayhem Devil, one unknown. I have no idea what our opponent is waiting for. This is really annoying. They also have Comcast. Yeah, that's good. That's funny. Probably true. Comcast is undefeated on Magic Online, truly. I'll take it though. If they don't come back, that'd be nice. Well, the way this league has gone so far, we could certainly use a free one. I am really not liking the feel of this deck. I think just not playing Bankbuster made the deck miles worse. Like I said, maybe there's a way we can play Bankbuster and Cauldron. Just like play 2 Cauldron or something. It's honestly felt like 3 Cauldron might be too many half the time. You don't need this card at all. It's just kind of a nice little thing, and drawing multiple is terrible, so it's possible we could find another way to build this. But we'll probably save it for... I don't even know if I'm going to mess with it next week. Next week I'm going to try and actually test for the NRG, so I'm probably just going to play a lot of Waste Not next week. Probably try Rakdos Waste Not, because I haven't done that one yet, but Mono Black has felt great. And it did just 4-0 the prelim this week, so I'm fairly certain the deck is just very good. I kind of wonder if our opponent rage conceded to Cauldron, which doesn't make any sense. Raxac doesn't even care that much about this card. Like, it's so easy to beat this. It's not even that good. I'm not even happy with this right now. I wish it were Bankbuster by miles. It is also possible they concede, but I don't know. This kind of felt like a rage concede to me. Opponent, like, snap thoughtseized this for almost no reason in game 1. Ended up losing because they did it. And then, yeah, I don't know. It's just really weird. Very, very strange. Somebody just hates this card, apparently. Okay. We will take it. We will take it. At this rate, I'm going to be happy to get 2 wins out of this league. These games have not felt great, but yeah, I don't know. There probably is a way to build these decks with Bankbuster and Cauldron. I guess that's what I'll try next. I feel like not having Bankbuster is just such a huge loss. That hand's probably not it. 5 lands is... it's a little too many. Right, well, we're going to keep this. I'm going to probably get rid of Thrill Seeker, but it is very close. I may get rid of a Blood Tithe. Could even get rid of Fatal Push, but that's probably bad into enough things that I don't want to do that. I think I was going to get rid of one of the Harvesters. We'll keep the Thrill Seeker and see how it pans out. Play this. Go. Okay. Glyphs isn't terrible. I guess bottoming a land was always an option I had with this hand too. I hadn't really considered that, but could have done that. Okay, Phoenix. Oh no, blue-black control? Probably blue-black control. Now I wish I would have bottomed the push, but I didn't know. So we have blood to get rid of the push, I guess. Jeez, dude. Alright. Combat 3U. Gonna play a Thrill Seeker and put counters on itself here. Undo that. Red mana. Likely we'll have a counter. Yep. Okay. It's fine. I'll land, channel this next turn, 5 them. Let's try and get them under some pressure. It's unfortunate. Still going to put some 1/1s into play and attack, but... Jeez, oh Pete's. Alright, do this. 2U. Cycling a Typhoon. Yep. Okay. So that's 2 Typhoons they've seen already. Okay. 2U. Believe it or not, I'm actually going to pitch a Springs here. I'd rather have push for... Okay, well... I'm going to play this and put a counter on itself. Okay, counter on itself. Go. A Deluge, I assume. Is this 3rd Typhoon? Yeah, no way. All right. Deluge makes sense. I wonder if they are on the Wafo Tapa build. Played against an opponent in the last league that was doing their own thing, but I played Wafo's list this week at a Tuesday night local, and it felt very good to me. Turns out Wafo Tapa can make a pretty good control deck. The one-up meat hook. It's so disgusting. Yep. That was a really good draw. It was one of the best possible draws. Is that good enough? Maybe. I'll probably keep it. Okay, that's interesting. Combat. Dude, are you serious? What is this, 4th copy of Typhoon? Oh, they just main deck your Hulk? Oh my god. Alright. They get to consider... This is so awful. Alright. Well, not quite Wafo's list. He didn't main deck your Hulk. Did have one on the board. I could see maining it, though. I did board it in pretty much every match, so... Okay, opponent doesn't know how Memory Deluge works. That's very nice. So hopefully they just cast that and exile it out of their graveyard for me. Thank you, opponent. You look at 0. Oops. Probably not going to matter is the really annoying thing here, but... It was a horrible play. The funny thing is, opponent's still going to win. I would be stunned if I win this game. Okay. Yeah, and I'm sure them attacking is just great for me. I could have, I guess, blocked. Maybe I should have blocked and pumped, but... Seems probably not good. Let's do that. Let's play Mutavault. Let's combat. Let's attack. I mean, I'm just gonna, I'm gonna go in here. I mean, I am Heater, yes. I think I might stop here, honestly. Just leaves up Takanuma without having to spew my treasure. The end? They're the ending this. Okay. Alright. It's very, very annoying. It's fine, though, I guess. Alright. Not great for me. Opponent has definitely, again, deviated from Wafo's list pretty heavily, but they're just going to win regardless. They have a dig through time. There's no way I can win this game. This game is just completely over. Pretty gross. Okay. I'll float a mana. Do I even have a second swamp? I do. Alright. Couldn't remember if I went back to the second swamp or not. Yeah, Fatal Push is good, I guess. Yeah, they have that trigger too. I'm gonna do this. Well, I really have no idea how I win this game. It probably involves Thrill Seeker in some way, so let's take this, but feel very dead. Very, very dead. Yep. Cast this. I'm so dead. It's just unreal how dead I am. Yeah. Okay, 2 counters here. Can't have 6 because of the meat hook. Okay, I'm very, very dead here though. Alright, well this deck has not looked impressive at all in this league. We probably should be 0-2. If our last opponent did not DC. And we're about to be down a game here, and I do not think the matchup is particularly good. Yet again, a matchup where I would just kill for Reckoner Bankbuster. Sheoldred's Edict. I can respond and fire up my land. I could also just sack this, I guess, but then I think I just lose. I think I just lose anyway. I have no idea how I win. Opponent just deluged. They certainly will have something good enough. They get to gain another life there. So in a game where my opponent just flashed in a 5-6 and, well, I mean, that's kind of good, I guess. The problem is it just has to chump block. It doesn't even matter, and they have a counter spell in their hand anyway, so who cares? None of it matters. Okay, apparently they don't. If they have another Edict, I can respond and fire up Hive. It'll push. Wouldn't get me here. What is this, another Hulk? Oh, Typhoon. And they let the shield resolve first. Dude, my opponent really trying to spew as much as they can. Still likely does not matter, but yeah, we could maybe try that. We could also try Rakdos with Priest. Wait, what? They don't attack with... What is happening? They just didn't attack with Torrential Gear Hulk. Eight mana? What is this? Meat hook for 5? Okay. So the out is top deck a Thrill Seeker. If I top deck a Thrill Seeker, I've won the game. I literally will win. I get to put 2 counters on Hive and then... Wait, what? Oh, they killed their own creature. I forgot about that. What is my next card? Alright, a land. Yay. Alright, well, Liliana, go blank. Duress, duress, duress. Okay, commands are pretty good here. Fatal Push is garbage. I'm going to cut them all. Go for the Throat is garbage. Edict is garbage. And then, like... Yeah, we can try that at some point next week. Maybe not next week. It might be 2 weeks. Like I said, next week, I think I'm just going to focus on Waste Not again, probably. It's very likely that I'm playing at NRG. I actually think that deck is good. That deck is very much not a meme, whereas pretty much every deck I've played this week has been a meme. They've been fun. They've been fun to mess around with, but I think we need to... I need to get some actual testing in with what I'm probably going to play to learn a little more. only played a prelim in 2 leagues, so like a little more reps. You have no idea what I don't like here. Maybe just like a Misery Shadow could go. You need to get some action too, it's fair. Could trim a Bone Crusher, but I kind of like Bone Crusher. Liliana's not amazing versus blue-black because they have a lot of ways to deal with it. And they have so much card advantage. But I still think it's fine. Maybe I just trim a Cauldron. I might just go to 2 Cauldron, honestly. Could trim a Thrill Seeker too. It's a pretty unimpressive card by itself without the Cauldron, but I don't know. I'm gonna trim a Bone Crusher. I'm not gonna lie, I'm tempted to keep this. 4 hand hate spells and 2 2-mana threats in a 26 land deck. Like, it's very tempting. But I don't know. Even if we draw lands, what are the odds I win? First hand 8 spell would have to like take a kill spell. They have tons of kill spells. So it might not even be that good. Right, we could probably do better. And it was very tempting though. Alright, well this one is certainly better. I'm going to bottom a Thoughtseize, and we're just going to go hand hate spell, and try and play 2 Fables in a row and hope that can win. Get rid of one of those. Done. Okay, it looks like they maybe also had to mulligan, so that's helpful. Although their deck is actually good at recovering from a mulligan because of... I mean, they have not shown me Quick Study yet, so they might not be on it. If they're on Wapo's build, though, Wapo's build is very good at mulliganing because 4 Quick Study, I forget how many Deluge it is. I think it's 4 Deluge as well. Just so much card advantage. It is a pretty good opener. I'm not super upset about it. Let's duress on 1. So I think the takes are probably Sabotage Meat Hook this game. That's how I'm gonna go about this game. Meat Hook is just way too good. Yep, nothing has changed. Take the Meat Hook, play this, your turn. Alright, can I draw a land in a 26 land deck? Let's find out. No, I cannot. Well, that's probably game over. We'll see, though. We might be able to miss for a turn. Just another disaster situation for me. It's unreal. It's such a brutal league. Consider. Yeah, it's pretty good. They kept it. Oh, God. That cannot be good. Maybe that just means land. Yeah. I'm going to stomp you. Alright, well. Play this. Go. Are you the most unlucky player in history? I don't know about all that, but I'm not exactly playing great decks, so it's partially on me. I think his deck is miles better if I just have Bankbuster in it. Alright, well, we know their hand is what? We know they have a Typhoon. Typhoon's the only thing I know. I kind of just want to discard nothing. I think my hand's just fine. I think I just play land, play Shieldred, make them beat it. Some argument, I suppose, to wait to play the Shieldred until I can play around another Shieldred's Edict. So I could, like, play Bone Crusher first, but... I kind of like just getting the Shelly down and trying to take over with it. I don't know. Two unknowns. They just have to close. I'm going to lose the long game every time, so I don't really think I can play, like, super patiently. Cycle the Typhoon. Okay. That's pretty good for me, I guess. Okay, and they had to draw a card, so that's pretty good for me, too. Okay. It's not what the opponent wanted there. Okay, well. Not terrible. Fatal Push can still get the Shelly, but if I attack, I guess it could not attack. Don't know if I love that. But love another hand hate spell. That is what I would like. Thoughtseize or Duress. One's on the bottom of my deck. We did bottom one on the mulligan. Yet again, just have no idea what our opponent's waiting for. Alright. May I draw, please? I'd like to draw my card. Still waiting. Thank you. Alright, well, that's interesting. I don't actually know how good that even is here. I don't even think it is good. I don't even think that's what I want to play. I think I attack with Shieldred and probably play a Bone Crusher. It's probably the right line. Need to get my opponent under pressure. Like I said, the long game does not favor me at all. Considering they have Gear Hulks and Dig Through Time and Deluge and everything else. Okay, I'm definitely going to attack. This has been a really lame league thus far. I think we have spent more time waiting than actually playing games. Which for me is really saying something. God knows I spend a lot of time playing games. Okay. I would like to attack. I think. Maybe I play a Bone Crusher first, but I think I want to attack first. Could also just Fable again, because it's better with Liliana. And maybe I'll actually do that. Maybe I want to just play a Fable. I think it's honestly okay. I'm going to play Fable. Cling to Dust. Okay, you draw a card, take 2. They concede. I mean, I get your hand is lands, dude, but you can still just top deck a Dig Through Time and win the game. It's an unbelievably early concession. You literally go field my man land. So if they top deck to dig, they could literally just go field me. It's just insane. And then they could dig into a push and push the Children, and then they're just like right back in the game. It's unreal. Unreal. All right, well, I don't think I'm changing anything. We just run this bad boy back. Excuse me. I feel like we've kind of missed the third Children in the league, too. Just trying to think of a way to build this stack where Cauldron makes, like, sense. But we still get to play Bankbuster. I really think not having Bankbuster has just been so costly. But I guess it's been partially a matchup thing, too. We've played Blue-Black Control, Rack, Sack, and what did we play round 1 that we lost to? Oh, Rogues. All right, I'm on the draw. I'm keeping this hand. This is one I'm gonna keep. If I can't hit a land, whatever. But this hand is too good on the draw. That's horrible. All right, come on deck. Give me some lands, please. I'm just gonna change the equation, and then my next hand 8 spell will take their Deluge. Okay, they top deck that. Okay, so we know their entire hand. Okay, I think I just... Do I even want a double hand 8 spell here? Is that even good? I kind of don't. I might just play Blood Tithe and get a Blood. Yeah, they was going to jam Blood Tithe here. They can't cast the Deluge this turn anyway. And I would like my hand 8 spells to have more information. We're going to do this. That is fine. Yep. Okay, well, we have a lot of hand hate. That is for sure. Duress you. We'll decide if we actually want to Thoughtseize or not. Okay, we probably do want to Thoughtseize so they can't make disappear my Fable. Sure, now I don't have to take damage. Appreciate it. Go ahead. Cling to dust. Whatever. Alright, I'm jamming a Fable. I mean, hopefully they didn't draw a 2-mana counter. I mean, I could go blank them, I guess, too. Go blank here is kind of unreal. I get Deluge, I get 2 of their cards. Like, if this resolves, it's unbelievable. It gets Cling, it gets Deluge. And they can't change the equation this either. Whereas they could change the equation this. Negate gets me either way. It's a close one. I'm gonna do this. I think this is a more game-winning play. Gives them less time to draw out. Right, it resolved. That's huge. And we still have a Thoughtseize left over, too, so I can Thoughtseize whatever they keep later. Hopefully we just draw, like, Mutavault. Mutavault's best possible draw for me. Get Thoughtseize, then Fable. Okay. I'll definitely take it. Thoughtseize you. Alright, I'm just going to take their Deluge and then slam a 4-3 now. Go. Yep. Okay, combat, attack for 4. I am definitely going to play the Fable. Go. Really, they don't even push the 2-2? I guess they want more information. That kind of makes sense. Okay. Well, the game's not over yet, but I feel pretty good. Advantage bar definitely in our favor at the moment. Possible opponent might be raging now. I would believe that they would maybe rage from this position. It's been a pretty frustrating game for them, to be fair. How many hand 8 spells have I played? 5? Yeah, 5 hand 8 spells. 4 1-mana hand 8 spells and a go blank. So all they've done all game is just get their hand just shredded. Yeah, you're not wrong. Whatever, we'll take it. This has been a really, really weird league. Really weird league. First match, we lose to Rogues, which is simply a great matchup for Rakdos. I misclicked really bad in game 2, which cost us. And then we play against Raksak, and our opponent takes the completely wrong card in game 1, and then DCs, and then this guy we beat somehow. I don't know. It's just been a strange league. It's a really weird league. But we'll take it. We'll take a 2-1 start. I'm very happy with that. The deck has felt honestly like it should be 0-3. We'll be very, very happy to get out of this league with a 3-2. I think there are some big issues with this one. Oh boy. Yeah. I think that might actually be true. I don't think Ohio State's that good this year. We don't have an NFL quality quarterback for the first time in like 15 years or whatever. I will say, though, one thing I have liked about Ohio State so far, their defense is actually playing again. Their defense hasn't shown up for like 5 years. I did see that, yeah. That would be insane. I do think he's a good coach, but I also think he's kind of cancerous. All right, well, we're going to keep this hand. This is a good classic Rakdos hand here. Haul the Storm Giants. Okay, maybe Phoenix. My guess is Phoenix. Do I want a Thoughtseize? Or do I be patient on the Thoughtseize? I think I want a Thoughtseize. Let's go ahead and take a gander at what's going on. They could be on a different deck, too. They could just be, like, blue-black control again, I guess. But, alright, it is Phoenix, as I thought. Yeah, this is one reason to wait. Is like, I have no idea what I'm even supposed to take. It's probably to consider. Yeah, I don't think Michigan will beat Georgia if they play them in the playoff. I also think some of those Pac-12 teams are actually really good. I think Washington is very, very good. Penix is nuts. The thing about Michigan is they haven't played any good team yet. Not even remotely close. Like, the teams they played are terrible. They play, like, 2 good teams all year, and Maryland is, like, maybe good. We'll learn about Maryland this weekend. We'll see if they can compete with a real team. Tua's good. I just don't know about the rest of their team. But all right. Well, I'm just going to play a tap Blood Crypt here. It's pretty free. I mean, I could leave up Stomp, I guess. Are you saying you think Maryland wins by 20 or how Ohio State wins by 20? Oh, keeps it within 20. I see. Okay. Yeah, all those, I always get confused with the plus minus when it comes to those. Ohio State is favored by 20? Sure. Yeah, I think that's pretty high. I don't think Ohio State will win by 20. 10. 10 would be my guess. Is it at home? Is it in Columbus? That also matters, I guess. I'm just going to do this. I don't think leaving up Stomp matters. Oh yeah, that is pretty relevant. Yeah, I mean, like I said, we'll see how good they actually are. It'll be a fun game to watch. Alright, so we know they have Lightning Axe. It's just Fable here pretty easily. Play this on red, Fable. Hope they didn't top deck a Pierce. Okay, they did not. That's good. They're gonna probably axe on. They're probably gonna try and set up a Phoenix buyback here, which is like fine. Because then I can actually go Shadow Stomp your bird. Like, okay, they didn't even do that. Okay, I'm gonna pitch Fatal Push Haunted Ridge here. Okay, I'm gonna move to combat. Okay. Now I'm just going to cast a Bone Crusher. I actually think I may hold this, too. I think we can get use out of this as a spell at some point in this game, so I think I'm just going to be patient. Having a push up here is just so not relevant. Okay, Treasure Cruise. Oh, just hard casting a Phoenix, huh? Alright, well now I get to play a Shadow and then stomp this, so that's great for me. They could have removal for this, I guess, which should obviously be annoying, but I'm just going to hope that they don't. I'm going to attack. I feel like it's very unlikely they have an Impulse, so they would not have Lightning Axed. So I think I'm just going to go for it here. But they could definitely get me if they have a removal spell. It would suck, but I do not read them for a removal spell here at all. Yeah. Yep, that checks out. It's possible that shocking myself was a little too dangerous there. I don't know. Maybe I'm just supposed to play the Takenuma and being a little too aggressive with my life total, but I really think the Takenuma could be good as a spell. To hard cast another Phoenix. Boy, that is not it, opponent. That is not even close to it. Their draw this game has been terrible. Alright, so I think I just Edict this. I think the play is Edict. Edict you, attack 8, play another Bone Crusher Giant. Seems very hard for them to get through. I think I like that a lot. Yep, opponents had enough. Okay, sure. Weird. It's an unreal win. Yet again, just missing a lot of cards I would like for this matchup, but I'm going to have to try and make this work. I'll say Soul Cauldron's pretty good in this matchup, at least. So that's kind of nice. Rending Volley, probably pretty good. Edict, go for the throat, garbage. From here, I'm not really sure. I think I'm going to like go down 2 Thrill Seekers, 2 Bone Crushers. Both just really unimpressive. Thrill Seeker's cool if I get a Cauldron exactly, but otherwise it's pretty awful. And Bone Crusher's pretty bad as well, typically. Try this. You can even see like K-Command being good enough in this matchup, but just another matchup yet again where Bankbuster is just chef's kiss. I think honestly, like I said, we will just revisit this where I'm playing Cauldron and Bankbuster. There's no reason we can't do that. I just didn't. But I think that was a pretty big mistake. Bankbuster is just so important in rack mid, in my opinion. It's such a good card in so many matchups. That's why I typically play 3 in my main decks. I'm going to keep this hand. It's very good. Couldn't ask for much better, honestly. We've got removal to a 2-drop if they have it. Got some hand hate. They're on a mull to 5. Yikes. Almost feel bad for them at that point. That is not a deck that mulligans to 5 very often. It's kind of insane. Their hands must have been just absolutely terrible. But they are a deck that can get out of mulligan to 5 pretty well. Pieces of the Puzzle and Treasure Cruise, pretty messed up cards. You can replace mulls very quickly. I actually don't think I want a Thoughtseize yet, but I don't know. Maybe I do. I guess I do have a Misery Shadow to get deployed. Yeah, we'll Thoughtseize. What you got over there? Thing in the Ice, consider Treasure Cruise. I'm just going to take Consider. This is just like a very easy snap. Take your Consider. Don't let you manipulate it all. I have an answer to the Thing in the Ice. Treasure Cruise will be annoying eventually, but I just don't want them casting Consider there. Yep. Okay, volley, tap land, go. Next turn I get to play Mutavault, play Fable, pitch these 2 lands. Should be a pretty good spot for me, hopefully. Oh, well. Go Blank does get got by Spell Pierce, so I may try and see if I can wait a turn. Because they would pierce this if they have one. Okay. And if I get to attack, I get to play around Pierce altogether, so. Okay. Sure. Well, this Go Blank is going to be incredible. I think I just say no, honestly. Like, I guess I can pitch a land. Maybe I pitch both lands. I guess I just don't need... Yeah, you know, I'll pitch 2 lands. It's fine. We'll either draw more lands or we're drawing spells. Both is a good situation for me. Do this, Go Blank. Goodbye to your hand and your yard. Easy, yeah. Go ahead, opponent. Good luck. Alright, well, we might pick up a 3rd win here. Feeling pretty good. Yep, opponent rage quitting. I mean, they are dead here. There's, like, almost no way they can win. Because if I played badly into a Sweltering Suns effect, into a Brotherhood's End, I guess. Alright, well, somehow we're going to have a winning record in this league. This did not feel like a winning record kind of league. It felt terrible, but sometimes Rakdos cards just still get wins, even though I don't think that this deck is built particularly well by me at all. All right, last deck they played was Esper Control. No Companion. I'm going to go look and see if they played Yorion before. They probably did. Oh, really? Okay, so they're not actually Esper. That's just garbage. They called it Esper because it was Thought Distortion, but they're just playing Bean, or were they playing Bean? I should probably look at that real quick. I don't think so. He's playing Lotus. I think this hand's terrible into Lotus. I'm pretty sure I'm going to mull this. This hand's just awful. Let's mulligan this. Try and find a hand hate spell. Well, maybe a little better, I guess. It's a better hand. I mean, I don't think it's particularly good, but I'm just going to get rid of Fatal Push. Yep, they are playing Lotus again, almost certainly, with that lead. So. Yep. Mm-hmm. I'm just going to play Soul Cauldron, I guess. Shock, Soul Cauldron. Go. Playing Growth Spiral? Huh. Alright. That's kind of cool. Are they playing Growth Spiral in the last version, too? No, they're trying a new build. Okay, that's kind of cool. We'll be eating that Growth Spiral. So I wonder... Okay. So they just added... So they're probably playing Bean as well, I would imagine. It's quite likely. Well, I'm going to play a Fable. Does not feel great for me at all here. Any Beans mod check? Oh yeah, they're playing Bean almost certainly. That is filthy there. Well, I'm going to play a Shieldred. Maybe this will be good enough. Almost certainly not, but play it regardless. Go ahead. Farewell there was just absolutely disgusting from our opponent. God dang it, dude. Yep, sure. Pretty good. Stomp you. Play a Bone Crush. Play the Bone Crusher that I just stomped you with. Alright. Oh, if they flood, I can win. It's about the only way, though. Copying the Lotus. Yep. Okay, well. It's definitely part of them flooding. Doomscar. Okay, yeah, I mean... Again, beatable. Stomp you. Play it. Go. And Thrill Seeker does threaten to just kill them. So, it's kind of sweet. Uh-oh. Alright, I'm just going to ignore its Fairy. I'm just going to try and win the game. So annoying. I think I did what I had to do, but that really blows. Really blows. Had to do it that way too, because it played around Wandering Emperor pretty well. If they Empered, I could still sack and then kill their Teferi. I do think it was right to do that before combat, but now it's kind of, what do we do? What do we do? Probably, I might just jam this bad boy again. Have as much pressure as possible. Yeah, let's jam. Fable's interesting too, but what I like about this is this makes... They probably are playing joint exploration. It would make sense. Yeah. Let's just move on. That's enough of that. Go blank, duress, Liliana, sphere. I think I like K Command against them actually too. Shieldred's Edict is actually quite good as well. Alright, this is interesting, how I want to build my deck for this matchup post-board. I actually think I'm just cutting Cauldron. I don't think this card is actually good at all. Versus Farewells and Marches and everything else. I think this is kind of a wasted card. K-Command may be a little ambitious. They do have sweepers, though. I kind of like it. I'm also going to put my opponent on the play. This is a matchup where I just want to have resources. Especially when there's no Bankbuster in the deck. If there were Bankbuster in the deck, it'd be different. I would probably take the play. You can leverage the play a lot better with cards like Bankbuster, but when you have nothing of that in nothing like that in your deck to actually gain resources, gain advantage with your mana advantage, I think putting them on the play makes a lot of sense. And honestly, it might be right to put them on the play anyway, even with Bankbuster, because their deck doesn't even play counter spells. So it's a little different. Like in matchups where they're playing Make Disappear and change the equation and stuff, you want to get under the counter, but that is not necessarily the case in these matchups. I think Thrill Seeker again is pretty medium. This might be too many edicts too. I just want 2 of these. I'm gonna do this. They're gonna go like that. I could even see trimming a land here too, but I do think hitting land's very important, and so I would not like to play. It's a very bad hand. I'm probably gonna mulligan this. It's not terrible, but it just says no hand hate, which I kind of hate against their deck. No hand hate, no D-Sphere, no Fable, no nothing. I mean, it does have 2 man lands, which is tempting, I guess. It's kind of ironic. If I were on the play, I would maybe keep it because it pressures pretty well, but this hand's just not good. Yeah, I'm gonna look for a better hand than this. All right, this is a better hand. It's still not great, but guess I'm gonna get rid of the Thrill Seeker probably. Maybe. Go. Oh, maybe it was actually the bone. Leyline. What the hell? Alright, well, my board plan looks a lot worse now. Holy smokes. Go. That is sickening. Leyline is very unusual, to say the least, out of these decks. That's frickin' filthy. Imagine if I just would have kept the first hand on the play. It would have been so good. Alright, Fable. Okay, that's kind of annoying, but it's fine. This is each opponent, so it gets around the Leyline nonsense. Oh, they actually had to sack lands there? Okay. It's pretty nice. I'm going to discard Go Blank and a Bone Crusher here. I'm just going to play Shelly. Wandering Emperor nonsense is going to be really annoying, but I think I just have to let the Shelly get Emperor. Just hope they don't have it. Even if they do have it, I get to stomp and play the Bone Crusher, so it's not like the worst thing ever. The problem is they could just have a Deluge here too. I've really no way of... Oh, interesting. Top. I will put this on top. That's fine. Huh. All right. Well, I'm gonna play my cards. And just hope that it can get there. Shadow, go. This ley line is so annoying, man. Of course I would run into the ley line. But again, I can't complain about this league at all. They're playing that land, so that's terrible for me. It means they have 3 spells in their hand. One of which is this Farewell. Yeah, that's sickening. Play this. Hope they can't answer it, I guess. That's about all I got. Go. Farewell again. Yep. Alright, let's move on with our day. That's enough of this. I don't think I'll be winning this. They're about to put a 6/6 into play. I can't edict it, but my 8 hand-eye spells being shut off by Leyline is just very backbreaking. That's the most important thing in the matchup that I can do, and the whole reason I put my opponent on the play was to take advantage of having 8 1-mana hand-eye spells, and they just like punished me by a mile. I'll be right back, chat. All right. Sorry about that, everybody. Okay, so that does it for that. Honestly, game probably gonna call it for today. So we'll raid Doomwake or something in a second here. I might actually fire the stream up again at 5 for the Pioneer qualifier. I'm gonna debate if I want to play that. Pretty much figure out if Julia has any plans for tonight, and if she doesn't, I might fire the stream up again, honestly, for that. We'll be playing Waste Not in that if we do play it, I think. Like I said, I think that deck's quite good. I think it's probably what I'm playing in the NRG next week. And I think I can probably do pretty well in a qualifier with it. So we'll see. We'll see if I'm able to do that. But as it is, greatly appreciate everybody hanging out. This week has been fun. And if I'm not on again in a few hours, I will catch you all on Monday. If you're doing any events this weekend, have a good time. It looks like Dewey is also going to play that event, so that's pretty cool. He's messaging me about it right now. All right, so I'm going to hop off. And like I said, I might see you all again in a few hours, which is pretty cool. And also, like I said, we're going to do a raid. So, let's see if Doomwake... Oh, no, he's not. All right, let's see... Ali and Trazi. Oh, Todd Anderson's streaming. Well, let's hit up Todd Anderson. Very cool. Had a fun time a few weeks ago with Todd at the Apex event. I went and got some food and stuff. It was a good time. Excited for the next Apex event. If you haven't had a chance to get out there to any of those, I would highly recommend them. They're very, very fun. Good crowd of people. Very nice shop, really cool owner from what I can tell, so I have nothing but positive things to say about Apex. But, all right, everybody, like I said, might see you in a few hours for the Pioneer qualifier. So stay tuned. I will make some posts about it if I'm going to do it. But like I said, if I don't see you then, I'll see you next week. Have a good weekend, everybody.